Alright, so for this tutorial, I'm gonna explain how to take a ZBrush scope and send this back to 3ds Max to do a retopology of the surface and bring it back in and reproject the detail back onto the base mesh. And without losing too much of the detail, for this scope, I didn't go too detailed with it. It's still in Dynamesh form, so if like you zoom in, you can see it's sort of pixelated on certain areas. I didn't go too far on the resolution. I just want to get the base enough so you can tell what's what. So I have a few subtools here. I have the head separated from the body. So when we go back into 3ds Max, I'm going to retop the head and the body to one object. And I have the head cap here. I have some little underneath part. So if I zoom in, you can see I have like sort of look like trees, vines under here. So that's gonna be, I'm gonna leave that as a separate object just for visualization purposes. So I'm not gonna mesh it all together. I'm just gonna leave it separate. And then we have the two eyes in here, leave those separate as well. And also when I go back into Max, I am gonna cut open the mouth so we can have a mouth cavity. So gonna add some teeth and tongue in there, and just so the character can speak and emote. So first off, I guess the very first thing you want to do is check your Go Z settings. So I'm gonna go to um, preferences at the top, and we are looking for Go Z. And initially, when you hit Go Z, it'll ask you to run through the initial setup, but just to verify, I want mine to path to 3ds Max, so I'm going to click on that. Now in here, it's giving me two different paths because I have 2015 and 2017 installed. I want it to go to 2015, so I'm going to click there. So now it will default to 2015. So now when I go to the tool palette and click on either Go Z or all are visible, it's going to go directly to my selected application. So I don't want to hit Go Z just now because you can see I have a few layers in here, but I also have a layer here that's turned off. It's visibility is disabled. This layer is just like my initial head size when I was originally making the mesh. You can see it's clearly a little bit longer than that because I ended up elongating the mesh. So I'm going to leave that be, and I'm going to leave that off. So instead of Go Z, I'm going to hit visible, and it should export everything that's currently visible on the subtool palette into Max. So give it a few seconds, Max will boot up. And there's my splash screen because I have Hair Farm installed. So once we actually get into Max, then we can kind of do an initial setup and try to figure out what's what. Right now, you can see I don't have my taskbar at the bottom, so I'm gonna go and grab that. So you can see it's here, but I have a multi-monitor setup, so I'm just gonna move this off of this monitor, and I'm gonna maximize this again. I'm gonna move it back over, so now it readjusts the interface, so now I can see my taskbar underneath, and Max is booted up. It's importing the objects. And once I import these and make the base mesh, I'm going to end up renaming everything because right now they just have generic names like Polymesh 3D and stuff like that. So we definitely want to rename the objects to keep it organized. And I probably should have done that in a ZBrush phase, but it doesn't matter because I'm making brand new meshes out of this anyway. All right, so zoom out of this. So the mesh is in here, got it imported. So what I don't want to do is I don't want to move the mesh from its position here, because we're just going to be drawn over top of the surface, and when we send it back into ZBrush, we're just going to reproject right on top of that surface. So do not move this when you're doing your retopology. Leave it in the exact same position. So I'm going to go through and just set up a few things. First off, I want to remove realistic, shade it so we don't have any shadows cast. And I'm going to open my layer manager so we can keep everything organized. So you can see I have a few objects in here. So the main two objects that I want to trace over top of is going to be the head and the body. So I'm going to actually select the head and see where the body is. Yep, you see I don't even have that name properly, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to separate this into a new layer. I'm just going to hide everything else. So this is what our main focus is going to be. So I'm going to rename this layer. I'll just call this something like high res. And I'm going to make sure I don't have anything selected. And I'm just going to make a new layer. And I'm just going to call this retop for retopology. There we go. So all the new objects I will be making will be on this retop layer, just so it's easier to kind of organize and get a feel for everything. So the first thing I like to do is go into my viewport configuration, and I'm going to turn off this improved quality progressively because we don't need that right now. I'm also going to change my field of view to 25. This is more of like a preference thing, so it's not necessary. It's just easier for me to navigate. And the first thing I want to do is make a plane. I'm going to go to front view and try to figure out where we want to start. So generally, I like to start on a torso when I do my retopology, just because it's the biggest piece, and it's easier to start there and get your flow correct in here, and then I'll gradually move up toward the head and down the limbs. So I'm going to start from the torso area. So with plane selected, I'm going to remove all segments. That's very important. I don't want to have any segments on when I initially start this. And I'm going to turn on auto grid so I can just draw directly on the surface. And I'm just going to draw out that first initial plane. So we have the plane on the surface. I'm just going to move it just off a little bit just so we can see it better. I'm going to turn off my user grid or home grid with G on the keyboard. Go over to modify, and this is where I'm going to start making my alterations. So I'm going to instantly put an edit poly on this and just collapse it down. So now it's in edit poly mode. Now I want to start tracing over top of the mesh. So what I need to do with this selected, first I'm just going to name this. I'm just going to name this body retop, just so I know what it is. I'm going to go over to the freeform section. So if you don't see this little ribbon here, it's this button here. So you can toggle your ribbon on and off, so you can get your graphite modeling tools. I'm going to go to freeform, and I'm going to start off using this area here. So right now it's set to grid, but I want to change this to draw on surface. And then you'll see this option that says pick. So I'm going to select that, and I'm going to directly pick the surface I want to draw on. So in this case, it's going to be this body mesh. And I also want to set a slight offset. This offset number is going to be directly dependent on the scale of your scene. So let's see what the scale of my scene actually is before I even start, so I can get an idea of what this number should be. So if I go into customize and unit setup, you can see I'm using feet with decimal inches. Um, that's okay, but I think for the simplicity's sakes, I'm actually gonna switch over to generic units for now, just because it'll make everything easier to read. And so I need to actually see what my units are. So I'm going to select both the body and the head, and I'm going to go over to the utilities, and I just want to click on measure. And I can see that my character is 35 generic units tall, so 35.8. That's kind of what I want to keep it at a generic height. That's why I switched the units to generic, because it would give me a different reading if I had my unit set to feet with decimal inches. So I'm just gonna, for simplicity's sake, just leave it at generic units. All right, so going back here, I'm probably gonna want to put the distance here as something like, let's go 0.3 for now, see how this works. So to test this out, I'm going to use drag, and I'm just gonna drag this. So right now it's being dragged on the surface. So if I select the individual points, you can see that it's way off the surface here. So this value that I set is way too high. So I actually need to go down a bit. So maybe something like 0.1. Now drag on the surface again with all 4 points. And let's rotate around. You see now it's a little bit closer to that surface. And it's still a little bit too far off. So I'm going to cut that in half. Let's say 0.05. And I'm going to hold shift this time when I do this so I can drag out the whole line here, the segment. So now it's a lot closer to the surface, and this is it's about the distance I want. It can probably go a little bit less than this, but for blocking out the surface, it's going to be easier if you have sort of a distance from it. So I'll go with that for now. So I'm just going to bring this over to where the center line would be, sort of right here. And you can see as I drag across the surface, it kind of clips through it. So that's about what I want it to see. So this is a good distance off the surface to start with. So me personally, I like to do all of my retops in blue because it's easier for me to see. And if I turn on vertex mode, it's just easier to see what's highlighted. So again, that's a preference. So I'm just going to start moving these points out. So again, I have drag on, and I'm clicking directly on the points themselves. And I have vertex selection enabled just so I can actually see the points. But you don't actually have to have this on. You can actually leave this off, but you won't be able to see your vertex points. So I usually leave it on just so it's easier to read. So now I want to go into extend. So extend is going to be the way that I draw an extra surface off of this. So from here, I can hold shift, and I'm going to drag from this edge. Now you can see I've created another edge. And again, I'm going to drag, create another edge. Then I can go back to drag and just select the individual points and just kind of move it accordingly. So I've sort of gotten a base for how I want to do this. So now, what I want to do is I want to set up my symmetry. So before I get any further, I want to be able to draw on both sides at the same time. Now the problem with this is, initially when I made the plane, I used the auto grid feature, which drew the plane based on the normal direction of the surface. So if I were to hit J on the keyboard, you see this is what my bounding box looks like. So my bounding box is actually facing at an angle off of the surface, and this is not going to work for symmetry. So what's going to happen is if I turn on symmetry, you can see my symmetry line is in the wrong place. It's over here and not in the center. Well, that's fine because I can go in here to mirror and I can change the X position to exactly 0. And now you can see that it's centered. Now the problem with this, my X form needs to actually be reset because your bounding box is not supposed to be at an angle like this. It should be straight up and down. So what I mean by this is if I were to go to local, you can see my local is going off at an angle, and that's not what I want to do. So I'm going to delete symmetry off of this, and I'm going to go over to utilities, reset X form, reset selected. You can see my bounding box now is straight and it's based on the world space axis, and that's what I want to do. So now when I go back to modify, see my X form modifier, I'm just going to right click and collapse to, like so. Now I'm going to go back and put symmetry on this, go back to mirror, set that to 0, and now it looks correct. So I want to show you another situation where why you would need to reset your X form. So let's say I drew a plane out, but I started somewhere different. Let's say I started somewhere on the shoulder area, like so. And convert this to editable poly again, collapse to, and I started drawing on the surface like so, yada yada yada. Started extending this around, and then started to get to the center where I wanted the symmetry line to be, somewhere right here. And then I decided I want to use a symmetry modifier. You can see the position of this bounding box. If I were to go to symmetry, you see how the line of symmetry is at an angle and it's not straight. It's not perpendicular to the actual model. This is why you want to reset your X form. So now when I use mirror here, the X axis is in the wrong spot. So now when I'm flipping it over the X, you can see that it's not actually going to the opposite side. So even if I were to go to mirror and zero this out, look what happened. See, now my symmetry is based on the origin point of this because my X form is facing the wrong direction. So this side does not get copied one-to-one over this side. So this is the reason why you want to reset your X form before you even start. So now, if I go back, delete that, and go back to reset X form, reset selected, now you can see it fixed the orientation of my bounding box. So now it's based on the world space axis and not that local axis where I originally made it at. So going back, collapse to, and now put the symmetry on again, and this time we should get a different result. See how the symmetry line is perfectly straight now, and the x-axis is facing this direction now. So it's facing the world space direction. That's what you want. So now when I go into mirror and zero this out, you see now it's correct. Now it goes to the opposite side and actually mirrors it correctly. So this is what you want. So generally, you want to always start off resetting your X form. So we don't need this object because this was just for demonstration purposes. So back to this, I'm just going to start off going back to, so also with symmetry, something I like to do is always turn off slice along mirror. You don't really need this at all. This is unnecessary. What this is going to do is, like, let's say you crossed over past the threshold of the zero axis from one side to the other. It's going to cut through that and make an extra incision, so it's going to make extra points. And you don't want to make extra points. So going back down to edit poly, I'm going to show end result so I can see my symmetry, and also turn on vertex. So now we can see what's going on over this side. So first thing I want to do is I want to make sure my vertices in the center are zeroed out. So I'm going to go change my reference coordinate system to view. So it's based on the world axis. And I'm going to go to X at the bottom and zero that out for both of these vertices. So now they're at the exact center. So this will fix the seam line. So if I were to go out of here, you can see there's no seam line there. All right, so now we can start going through the model and kind of tracing how we want this to flow. Now, generally, I do my retopology to flow based on the contours of the body, or maybe the way the muscles should flow in your anatomy. So it kind of helps to know some landmarks for your anatomy. So for me, for anything I do with symmetry, I always have a complete center line at all times. One thing you don't want to happen is you start making your edge flow and then your lines sort of wrap around. Let's say if I want to wrap around the rib cage, I'm still going to do that, but I always want to have a center point to go back to. And you'll see later on why that's important. So I'm going to go back to drag mode. I'm going to hold shift, and I'm going to drag this closer to the center. And go back to modeling, and I'm just going to drop a swift loop in here. So right over here, you can see where it's going to preview and put your edge loop through. So I'm just going to hold shift so it actually follows the contour a bit. But it's not necessary at this point because we're still in early development of this. So something like that. And I'm just going to trace down my center line, how I want it to be. So I'm going to do that first before I do anything else. So just going back and forth between extend and drag. So extend, hold shift, drag the line out. You can see that when I go closer to the center, it's going to snap. Now, just because it's snapping doesn't mean that the point is actually at the X 0. So that's something you have to be mindful of. But I'm just going to quickly draw this out. And I'm going to try to follow sort of the direction that your lines would flow. So I'm trying to make my edge flow as I'm doing this, considering that. So I want this to wrap around to get that curvature. Sort of like that, and then pull this down a little bit. We can add some more geometry in here. And when I get to a point where I want to connect the two sides, I'm going to hold Control and Alt, click and drag from one end to the other, and it's going to complete it. And that's with using Extend. So I've sort of got a rough base of how I want to have this. I'm going to go back to drag mode and just kind of space these out a little bit. So sort of like this. And it looks like I'll add another point in here, another line, so we can even that out. Go back to drag. Just kind of spacing out my polygons. It's like generally you want to have your polygons evenly spaced because that works better for the UVing and texturing phase. It's not entirely necessary, but it's good practice to do so. All right, so this is the beginning phase of this. I'm also going to add another line in here. Back to drag. Just kind of space these out. Get that curvature a little bit. So you're gonna be able to see right away when I'm doing this. I like to take my time because your base mesh, your edge flow is very, very important. So I like to take my time at this phase. I don't like to rush through this. Now, what you don't want to do is you don't want to start off making too many points at once because what's going to happen is you're going to create more work for yourself. So you want to start off with a very minimal amount of edges around because if you make too many edges in between, you just increasing the time it's going to take to complete this. So you don't want to start off with too high of a poly count. So that's another thing, poly count. I'm just going to hit 7 on the keyboard. And you can see my overall poly count, which is based on the Dynamesh that I brought in. But I want to see what the poly count of this object is. So I'm going to right click down here again and go back to my viewport configuration. Go to statistics and check, hit the radial box where it says total plus selection. Hit OK. So now I can see that the retop body, what I named this object, so far it's really low poly. It's only 34 polys just because we just started. So for poly count wise, I'm gonna say that I want to do somewhere in the 1,000 range. So going back to extend, just going to continue extending downward like so. And as I come out to this area, I'm going to slowly increase the width of these. Not too much though. So when I get to the navel area, and you can see right now that as I'm moving this vertex closer to the center, you see how it's clipping and it's going through the other side. This is something you'll have to fix in your symmetry modifier. So right now, the reason it's doing that is because my threshold is too high. So I need to lower this number. So right now it's at 0.1. Let's move this down to 0.05. And then you can see this updates. So I also, again, I need to make my center line, my vertices along the center line, perfectly at 0 on the x-axis. So I'm going to just right click to zero that out. See, it's not that bad when you don't have that many to begin with. So I can just go through these and just kind of select them and zero these out. All right, so not that many. And we're done. All right. So now I'm going to continue downwards using the drag. Now this area, I might have to add a few more extra polygons just to kind of get the definition that I want in here. Like so. Now around here, I'm going to have this go in an arc. And going around again, I'm going to pull this down. And I'm going to complete the connection here. So again, holding Control and Alt, click one side, drag to the other. There we go. So now we have that shape going. Now we can close the gap again here. So holding Control Alt. All right, so now we have that area blocked out. And if you notice, this is sort of too wide. So I'm just going to extend this out a little bit. Just so we get the shape a little bit better. There we go. All right. So now coming down again. So I'm just going to quickly just draw these out because I can go back and add some points in between later on. But I want to quickly sort of block these out. So something like that. So we have a lot of ground to cover, but this is going to be a good base. So what I like to do is I like to go all the way around. Just initially. So we have those connecting points. And of course, you're going to have to adjust the individual vertices. Like so. And I'm just going to wrap all the way around until I get to about the base of the neck. Whoops, zoom in a little bit. It's about right here. I'm just going to stop there. All right, so now I need to go through and adjust my center line. Now this is where I was saying that it's very important that you have a center line. Because instead of going through all these points individually and adjust them like I did before to save time, I can just go to edge mode, double click on one edge, it selects everything. I'm going to hold control, go to vertex. So now I have all the vertices down the center line selected. So from here, I can go back to modeling and I'm going to align it on the x-axis. So it's going to be perfectly aligned on one axis. And then I can just right click here and zero them out. So now they're all on 0, 0 for the x-axis. So quick fix. So that's why you want to have a center line, just makes it everything a lot easier. And of course, later on, let's say that I wanted to go back and readjust the base mesh and I've already finalized it, well, sort of finalized it, but I've already collapsed the symmetry modifier. It's easier to go back and just delete one half if you have an actual center line. So it just makes things a lot easier. So generally, always have a center line. So going back to extend, I'm going to start quickly drawing this out. So you can see this part is going to go a lot faster. So when I get up in here, this is where I'm going to have to start rethinking some of my topology because I don't want this to go all the way outward. So I'm going to add another edge loop in here, like so. Go back to freeform and drag. Okay, so now when you get to this part right here and you need to connect these vertices here, you can either do it the old way, which is going to vertex and selecting one, go to target well like that. You can do it that way, or let's undo that. You can go into optimize, and if you hold shift and drag from one point to the next, it'll snap to that point. Now, be very careful when you do this. If you hit undo, if I were to hit undo right now, Max will crash. Like this is a bug that's never been fixed. So if you use optimize and you weld 2 points together, do not immediately hit undo. All right, so now I'm going to connect to this surface here. I'm just gonna draw a surface out. So I want this to sort of wrap around and down. So going to extend again. So this is what you kind of want to avoid. You kind of want to avoid these little triangles. Even though it's four sides, it's an actual polygon, you don't really want to have triangles in your model because that's gonna affect the skin deformation, especially with the UV map. It might show up a little bit weird. So instead of me doing this, I'm gonna try a different route. I'm gonna try connecting this point to this point. So optimize again, hold shift, drag from this point to that point, this point to that point, this point to that point. Now we can just sort of move these vertices around so it's a little bit better, like so. So that's going to give me a really clean edge flow in this area, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm also going to move this down a bit. I'm going to start moving these outward, like so. All right, so there is one really important thing that you want to keep in mind for your edge flow for when we start doing the pelvis area. Um, the way your legs actually bend in this area, you want to follow that edge flow. Because if I were to draw these lines out perfectly straight like this, when you go back to skin the character and deform, it's not going to look correct when you deform it. So you actually want to make your edge flow sort of this route. You don't want to do straight perpendicular. You want to have it have a curve to it. So when the leg actually bends, it bends correctly. So you want to keep in mind stuff like that. But that's sort of the stuff you learn, like trial and error, as you start rigging and animating your character. You notice that certain things in the topology flow just don't work, so you want to go back and try to fix that. But it's good to correct this before you get too far into that phase. So it looks like I can space these polygons out just a little bit, because you can look at the spacing of these versus these. These are more compact. So I kind of want to pull these out just a little bit. So how do I do that to a whole area? If you go to the Move Conform brush, you can change your brush size. Like, so the center point is going to be your full strength 100%. And the way I'm changing this is I'm holding Shift, clicking and dragging. If you want to change your outer radius, you hold Control, Shift and drag. So I'm not too worried about pulling this center line off, because I can always reset that, but it's going to happen. So I just want to generally pull these out just a little bit farther, and you can adjust your brush size accordingly. So if I go back up and look, that's looking a little bit more like it. So I'll also drag these down a little bit further. There we go. So something like that. So my center line here is pretty much destroyed again. So I'm just going to go back to edge mode. I'm going to double click to select the center line. I'm going to hold Control and click on vertex. So I select everything down the center. Go to modeling tab, align on the x-axis, and zero it out. Done. Back to freeform, back to drag. So now I'm going to start drawing my line outward where I want my leg to curve. So I'm going to start from the crotch area actually. I'm going to draw this out and draw this out. You see where the curve is? I want to follow this curve. So the deformations will be better when I go to animate this. Oops, I am on extend. I mean to be on drag, because I'm just sort of rearranging this in a way that makes sense. So we can fix this area later. We just want to make sure we have this curve correct before we go any further. Looks like I need to pull that back down into the crotch area. And I'll probably have to add more geometry in here. So again, I'm going to adjust my edge flow. You can see that my lines are sort of getting out of alignment, so I'm going to have to go through here and just adjust these a little bit so it follows that curve. All right, so this is generally what I like to do. And then it'll connect back in here. So let's say this is going to be that center line in between. What I want to do is I want to have a crease, and to have a crease you need 3 segments. So I want it to crease along this line. So if I make another line on the opposite side, this will be the middle part of where that crease will happen. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for this. We'll just connect that here. Oops. Autosave messed me up. Let's try that again. Extend, and there we go. I'm actually going to adjust the position of this a little bit just so it follows the curve a little better, like so. So this is the phase where you're constantly adjusting your curvature, but you want to do this far in the beginning like I am now, just so when you start to get to the point where you have to increase the poly count, your edge flow is correct. So you don't want to do this after the fact because you'll be creating a ton more work for yourself. Looks like I can get rid of some of the geometry in here. So I'm actually going to have this come down and cancel right here. So I'm going to close that. So you can see I canceled that line just by doing that. And I'm going to connect these two lines here. So holding Shift with Optimize, it's going to pull this over. Going to complete that edge flow there, like so. See, now I have a nice curvature starting to go here now as well. So I'm going to do something a little different here. So I have extend on. Now initially I've been holding shift to drag out a full edge, but now I'm going to click and drag from here and it's going to drag out a point, and now I can adjust how my edge is going to go. So something like that. And now you can see I clearly need more segments going in here to complete the curvature because I don't have enough definition. So I'm going to go back to modeling and I'm just going to drop an edge loop in there. And I'm going to use conform. And I'm just going to paint over this so it conforms to the surface. Back to drag. And I don't want to connect this to this just yet. I actually want this to come out a little bit more. And this is going to connect from this edge all the way down to this edge. So if I were to draw this out, it would look like that. As you can see, I'm starting to get that curve that curves backward here. So you can see this line is going to go up and around this direction. That's what I want. And this line is going to go down and around this direction. So this is the edge flow that I'm going for. So again, I'm just going to space these out just a little bit. Looks like I want to have just a little bit more definition in here. So adjusting the spacing a bit. And you really don't need too much definition in this area because this area is not going to be moving. Meaning that once you rake and skin this, this is not an area that actually deforms a lot, but the area next to it does. So this one, you just want to have a little bit more. Well, you want to have the line flowing correctly. So like so, and I'm just going to start wrapping this around like so. So you can see how this is starting to connect very nicely. So now that I've gotten sort of the pelvic area blocked out, I'm going to get more of the rib cage area blocked out as well. So generally what I like to do is I like to draw a complete circle around the arm. So starting from here, I'm just going to start drawing this out, going under like so. I definitely want to have sort of like a center perpendicular line going underneath the arm. It's just easier when you go back to reconnect everything. So tracing around the arm joint. Like so. And we'll worry about connecting all this later on. We just want to have this blocked out initially. So again, I'm going to have a center point right here where this line is going to connect. So move this a little bit more around. Looks like I'll have 1 and 2. Alright, so now I need to figure out how many segments are on here. So I'm going to go to border and click around this border here. I can see I have 13 edges. That's bad. You want to have an even number of edges. So I'm going to go in here and see where I can get away with adding an extra edge in. Space this out just a little bit. This looks fine in this area. Looks like I can probably add an extra edge around this area here, or maybe over here. I'll do this area here. This has a little bit more geometry here, so I'll add an extra edge here. So now I have 14 edges around this loop, and you'll see why this is important later on when we start doing the limb connection. I found out the hard way that if you have an odd number of edges going down the arm, once you get all the way to the fingers and have to connect everything, you're going to have an odd number when you get to closing the gaps here. So if you start off with an even border, an even amount of edges going all the way down, it'll work itself out when you get to this area. So it's one of those, trial and error things that you learn doing a lot of base message retopologies and everything. I'm just going to space this out just a little bit, just redirecting some of this edge flow. So this area looks pretty good. I can move on. So now I'm going to bring this all the way around and up, like so. And I can bring this straight down, like so. Then when I get to this area, you can kind of see that I can either go this way with it or I can stop here, but I'll have an odd number of connections in here. So it's probably be best if I go this direction with it. And let's say I connect it down here. So if I connect this edge here, I'm still going to have an odd number, but it's going to be easier for the edge flow. So let's space this out a little bit. All right, so let's experiment with this. Let's try closing the gap here first. You can see that I'm going to have two edges pull out from this area. And I sort of don't want to do that. So I'm going to try something different. I'm actually going to close that gap here and I'm going to add a termination point in here. So I'm going to close that. You can see now I have a triangle. But what I can do is I can just draw an edge loop in here. Now I have another quad. So now I just have to readjust this area slightly. So by the time it gets down here, it'll terminate. So like so. There we go. So now I have a perfect quad there. I'm just going to close that. And we can revisit this area again once I start readjusting things a little bit more. But this looks pretty decent. So we'll go with that. Now back to this area. I want to continue to bring this down a bit. And I might actually add in another point here, another edge in here, just so we get the curvature of the hips a little better. So I'm just going to add in another line there and go to drag. Let's kind of move this back a little bit. So you might notice that it's sort of difficult to navigate this area with this arm in the way. So if this ever happens, what you can do is I'm going to go outside of here and I'm going to click on this mesh and I'm going to use the slice tool. So in modifiers, I'm looking for slice. And you can see this is going to be the slice plane. I want to bring that up. And I'm just going to sort of rotate this like so. Move this out about right there. And I'm going to remove bottom. So now that arm gets completely clipped out. So I can move that in a little bit. It's about what I need there. So now the arm won't necessarily be in our way when we're trying to connect the points of where the body area is. So going back, see now we have a lot more playroom. So going back to edit poly, and then go into extend again, and I'm just gonna again extend this area out. I actually want to have this go up a little bit more. I'm actually gonna have this go around and down. I'm gonna bring this up a little bit, like so. All right, it's looking good. And we're starting to get to the area where we're going to have to close some of these gaps. And I know that I'm going to need a little bit more definition around the buttocks. I'm going to add another edge loop in there. Sort of space these out a bit. And again, I want to follow that curvature. Like so. That looks good. Now I'm looking at how I'm going to connect the back area. So I definitely want to have that center line as before, have 1 and 2. Something like that. I'm going to come over here just a little bit more. Connect that. Looks good. I'm going to add another edge loop in here. Connect that, connect that. This is gonna go down, like so. This is gonna go down, like so. So now we're getting to the part where I need to make sure my number of edges are gonna line up with the lower half. You can see in this area right here, I have 1, 2 edge loops, but up here I have 1 edge loop. So that's not going to line up if I go straight up and down here. So I could take the simple route, which would be to add another edge flow in here, which wouldn't be so bad. That's probably the easiest route I can go, which I'll take that just because it's simple. Add another edge loop in here, and I'm just going to hit conform really quick so I can bring that out. Back to drag. I'm just going to kind of space these out a little bit. Like so. So I know now if I go straight down, these edges will line up with these edges. And that's basically what I want. So I need to also make sure these edges line up with these edges. So I need more definition over this side. So I'm going to add in another edge loop here. Move this one up a little bit, and I'm going to add another edge loop here. So now everything's going to perfectly line up. So I can just go in here and just kind of freely draw these out without a care in the world, and I know that these will line up perfectly. And done. See how simple that was? So now I can go back in here and sort of fix the spacing a bit because you can see the density around the spine. It gets a little narrow here, but that's fine because that's not really going to be moving all that much. But I do want to fix the spacing here a bit more. It also looks like I can probably get away with adding another edge loop in here, back here. But if I do that, remember that I want to have an even number of edges going through here. So if I add one here, I'm going to have to add another one somewhere else. So for now, I'm just going to leave that alone because it's unnecessary. That's something I will think about in the future going forward with this. All right, so that's wrapping around pretty nice. So let's get the breast area done. So again, I want to also make sure I have an even number going around. So with border selection on, when I select this, I can see I have 15 edges selected. That is not going to work. So looks like the easiest route I can take would be, because I'm looking at the edges, the definition around here. If I were to go and add another line through here, this would probably be the easiest route. So let's do that. Let's add another line in here, and then we'll just respace these out a bit. Like so. And then I want to pull these edges inward in a circular manner. So I'm actually going to use the border tool, and I'm going to scale these down. So holding shift and scale, let's just scale these in, and I'm going to pull these out like that. So this is sort of the effect that I'm going for. I want it to be circular, going around. And make sure I turn on conform and just conform the edges, like so. So you can see I have a lot of edges going around here. I have exactly 16, And that's a lot, but that's fine. So then I can go in again. If I go into uh, I'm going to go back and scale this again. So I'm just going to scale this in, pull this out like so, just so I have this sort of edge flow here. And then we're going to find the center where the nipple would be. And that's where we want this to end up. So I'm going to go in, sort of fix the curvature a bit. Now it doesn't have to be perfect. I just want to kind of get it good enough because we're always going to go back and relax this area and it'll fix that. I just want to sort of get that going here. So now we got to figure out how to connect the points in between here because we want this to be perfect lines. So going into extend, so we have 16 edges, so I'm going to draw one out here. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Draw one out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this will be the center bisecting these. So again, I'm going to draw these out like so. Connect through the center. Connect these. Connect these. Boom. So there we go. It's all connected. Now I'm going to go and actually use the relax tool now, just so we can get this looking a little bit better. So I'm going to go into freeform again, and I'm going to choose relax and conform brush. And when I initially use it, it's going to just relax the polygons around this area. And that's basically what I wanted to do. Now, I want this area to be a little bit smaller, just so if I choose to make the nipples come outward, it's going to be easier. So I'm going to make this area just a little bit smaller. So I'm going to I'm going to grow this whole area. Let's get rid of that and that. I'm going to shrink this, pull this out. So that's basically where the nipple would be. Yep. So this is what I'm going to use as a base, and I'm going to conform this to the surface. Now I'm going to add some extra edge loops in here, bring this out. I'm going to use the conform brush, like so, and that looks good. Now we got some good edge flow going here. And now I want to continue my edge flow around the clavicle. I'm going to change my selection to vertex just so it's easier. I'm just going to quickly draw this out. Looks like I need to readjust a few things in here. Like so. Boom. And that looks like that'll work too. There we go. We got this blocked out. Okay, so this is going to be my center line I want. I'll pull this over just a little bit, like so. And just trace along the clavicle area, like so. All right, that looks good. So we got a decent starting point. We got pretty much the torso blocked out. So from here, I like to start doing the legs. The legs will be pretty easy to do. Now again, as I was saying for the arm, you want to have an even number of edges going down. You do want to have the same thing going down the leg as well. So let's see what I have so far. I have 17. That's fine for now, because I know I'm going to go in here and add some extra edge loops. It looks like I don't even have this connected here, so this 17 number is actually not accurate. So I'm going to go back to vertex and choose extend, and I want to connect this. And it looks like I'm going to need to use some extra edge loops in here to kind of get this topology to flow correctly. Because I could go and connect this up to here, but it will cause some stretching. So if I were to connect that there, you can see there's a big gap there. So I can just get away with that by adding an extra line in there. So I want to readjust this accordingly, so get that curvature. I'm going to pull these points inward a little bit, like so. I definitely want another line going this direction. I guess I definitely want to follow this curvature here too. Like so. All right, that looks like that will work. So let's start tracing this out, like so. And I wanted to connect maybe right here. Yeah, that looks good. All right, because I want to follow this curvature here as well. You want to make sure you get that right. So again, where this crease is, I want to make sure I definitely have that crease. So again, like I was saying, I want this uh, opposite side of the line to be there. So it looks like I'm going to need to cut this in half again. So I'm actually going to go back to my slice tool and let's rename this. I'll call this arm slice. Well, slice arm. And leave that one alone, but I'm going to turn that off right now. I'm going to make another slice. Like so. And this time I want it to be straight up and down. Whoops. Got to select that slice plane. And we're going to rotate this 90 degrees. Or I can just go here and just type in 90. There we go. I'm going to split the bottom so that side goes away. And yep, set 0, 0. So now we have the model perfectly split down the center. So you might also be wondering why I'm even bothering doing the slice like this. So when you go back to, turn this off, select the base mesh again, it'll be more apparent right here. So if I go back in here, you'll notice that when you go extend and you try to go past the center line, it's not going to let you. So this is the reason why I'm slicing the model in half, because it's actually going to respect the bounds and the center line. So it just makes this part easier. So I'll just leave that off for now because we're not going to mess with that. We're just going to focus on this area here. So going around and up, like so. Looks like I might even go add another edge loop in here, just because you can kind of see this is getting blocky in this area. That's something we can do after we get these points in here connected, because this is way more important. So I definitely want to add some more points in here to get this curvature going. Like so. Alright, so time to connect everything up. So how do I want this to go? I want to make sure, oops, I have this flow going around the buttocks area. So I'm going to focus on this flow pattern first. And when we get here, we can probably terminate right there. And that will be fine. Like that. Of course, we're going to have to go back and respace a few things so it looks right. Alright, going back to extend. Just going to trace around this area. Oops. And it looks like I'm going to run into a spacing issue right here, as you can see. So what I might do is connect from here to there, and then I'll draw a line through here and connect it that way. So we'll leave this like that for now until we figure out the connections in here. Looks like I'm definitely going to need another line in here. I'll fix the spacing a bit. Like so. There we go. Looks like that'll work. It looks like I can actually pull this point into this point, and that would actually work a lot better. So let's try that. Then I have this triangle. Now remember what I was saying earlier about if I were to try to undo this, it's going to crash max. I'm not going to do that. So instead, I'm just going to go and delete that, and we're going to do that again. So I can either add another edge loop in here, which is looks like I actually want to do that because I do want to have a lot of definition around this area. So I actually might go in here and just add an edge loop in here. And I'll just pull these out a bit. so it follows the edge curve a little bit better. So something like that. Looking good. All right. So now we actually have a quad here now. So I'll go and connect that out. There we go. You see this is starting to come to a point here, so I want to bring this down a little bit just so it curves better. And I'm actually going to start tracing the lines from this direction first, because I can always go in and add termination lines at the end because this is where the center line is. So this part is actually more important. So again, just going in here and the big sections in here. And you can see this is where I was talking about, like where in this area, I'm starting to get the definition. I'm clearly gonna have a triangle there, and that's not what I want. So I can either go in here and just redo the edge flow. So I'm gonna use drag. Let's drag this down a little bit over. Maybe I'll bring this up a little bit like that. And I'll bring this up. There we go. Since we have a little bit more definition down there, something like that. Now I can connect everything up here, and now I can, like I said before, put that termination line in here, that extra line. So now this becomes a quad. Now I can just fix the curvature of it a little bit, like so, and that works. So we got the curve around there going. So now I want to connect straight down into the leg. So now that I got this area sorted out, I want to do what I did with the breast, but this time I'm gonna do it a little differently. Because this is a full edge going all the way around, I can actually go to extend, hold Control and Shift, and I can draw straight down. You see it drew out multiple edges. But then it's not drawing out the rest of the edges because I need to connect those. So undo that and go to border, and I'm just going to draw this straight down. And go back and hit the conform tool. Like so. And let's see if we can fix the spacing on these a little bit better than this. So what I'm getting at right here is I'm trying to make this eventually go down into a perpendicular, straight, well, more of a horizontal type line. Because right now it's curving at an angle like this, and I want it to kind of go, well, sort of perpendicular to the bone of the leg. So again, fix the spacing a bit. And now I can take the extend tool and it should let me draw a complete loop all the way around straight down like so. So now I have that perfect line going down like that. So what I can do is I'm gonna actually take this edge loop, gonna bring it down a little bit farther. I'm gonna squash it on the Z-axis so I can get it perfectly straight. On my front view, I'm just gonna rotate this a little bit just so it kind of follows that curvature a bit of the leg. And I'm gonna conform it to the leg. And here you can see I have an even number of edges. I have 12 edges and I'm fine with that. So in here, I can just go back and add some definition in and hit conform, and boom, that's done. So I want to continue going straight down the leg in this fashion. So I can take the border tool and just hold shift and drag the border straight out. And I want that center line to be right where the knee bisects, like that. Scale that in a little bit. And it looks like I need to bring this forward a little bit. And I'm going to conform all the way around. And again, I'm going to bring this down a little bit past where the knee is, going into the calf area. Extend this out, down, like so. And again, I'm going to conform. Now, the awesome thing about this character is I did not actually have to make toes. So this part is going to be very simple once I get down there. So let's say I have a little bit too many lines in this area and I want to space this out a bit. I'm going to show you a way to fix that. But I know I want to have boom and boom. So this is where the knee is going to bend and crease. So I want to have the line where that crease is going to be. So going back to conform, let's bring this around like so. Bring that in like so. Now I want to space this one a little evenly. So I'm going to double click this edge loop here. Go back to modeling and I'm going to hit set flow. You can see set flow is going to average the distance and the curvature a bit. So it's going to correct some of this for me. So again, set flow. And see, the more you do it, the better the spacing is going to be. It's just going to even itself out. So you can see I've evened up that spacing quite a bit. I might even want to add some more definition here just because this is where the joint is going to bend. So I'm going to bring this edge loop down a little bit and conform. And I'll again space this out using the set flow. So just double clicking to select the line and just hitting set flow. Very simple. And this also works with the vertical lines too. So I can hit set flow and you see how it spaces this out evenly. So that's very useful. So it'll help fix your curvature. And you can see it's getting a little wonky back here. So go back to conform. And conforms to that leg. And it looks like I'll need to take the set flow tool and mainly use it around this area here. So I'll double click on this line and use set flow. This line and set flow. I'm actually going to go through a lot of the mesh here, and I'm just going to go and use set flow because it'll fix a lot of curvature errors that I was having to begin with because I was quickly just kind of drawing this out. Now, in some cases, set flow might not work for you, but most of the time it works great. You can see it's going through and it's evenly spacing through these, like so. There we go. Especially around this area, this is really going to smooth this out. Set flow. And this is something you can do like part of the way through your retop, or you can just do it as you go. But I like to go through and do it before I get too complete with it. So you can see I can need some more in here. Flow, definitely right there. There we go. So now my edges are flowing a lot better now. A lot better. Probably use it right here. So you can see right now when I selected just those 2 points, it kind of pulled it in a bit too much. So sometimes you just go in there and manually move the points. But for the most part, set flow is going to work great. All right, so once you do that, you can go back and conform it again, just so everything is where it should be. Well, sometimes you get some stuff like this happening, so you want to be careful how you conform to your mesh. So you might have to zoom in a little bit or change your brush size a bit, just so it doesn't destroy your mesh. So just be careful of that. All right, so that's looking good. It looks like I messed this area up right here. So I'm gonna have to go back and fix that. Uh, I can probably go turn off show end result and see, yep, it looks like these got pulled inside the mesh. So what I can do is probably pull this back down here, pull this back down, pull this over a little bit, like so. So I clearly messed this up. So yeah, this is one of those things where you want to be careful when you're using the conform brush because this can get out of whack pretty quickly. But luckily it wasn't that many points, so it's easier just to go through and just move them off. And then you can see it's not following my center line. So again, I'm going to select my edge all the way down here. So I got everything going all the way around. Hold control, go to vertex mode, go to modeling tab, align it on the X, and zero it out. So now if I turn back on end result, now it's fixed. All right, so going back down the leg area, I'm going to take this and as we were doing before, I'm just going to pull these straight down. And I want to follow this curvature, so I'm going to go in here and rotate this forward a bit so I get that curve where the ankle is going to be. And I want to scale this in a bit. Maybe a bit more. Something like that, just so it's close. So once I go back and use the conform tool, there's less of a gap in the distance, so it'll come out a lot better. And you can notice that sometimes your edge flow is getting a little off when you use the conform because it's really based on the distance from the surface and the angle you use the conform brush at based on the model. So you got to be a little careful with that. But for the most part, it's going to work pretty good. So now we're going down here and I want to, let's say I want to make this flow a little differently. I'm going to add another edge loop in right here to complete it. But then from here on, I'm going to change the edge flow, how it's going to go down the foot. All right, so from here, so this is going to be like my creasing edge. So my joints are going to crease around this edge here. Then from here, I'm going to have, let's say, these come straight down and forward like so. And this is going to be the center line for the tip of the foot. So I'm bringing this down. So again, how I just did that, I'm holding Control and Shift and I'm dragging. So it's going to drag out that whole edge is what it's doing. I don't want to drag too far. So actually what I want to do is I want to take this point and go all the way to where I want it to go and then move the other points accordingly. And then I can put some more definition in between later on. So sort of like that. Because I know I want this center point to be about right here. Then I can go back and add some edge loops in here to bring that out and hit the conform brush. There we go. So now I'm starting to get that flow. So dragging these out just a bit more. So I want to have this curvature going back as well. So I want it to sort of having a tapering effect as the foot is falling. I want to follow that taper is what I'm doing. There we go. Let's say I'm going to wrap this around the foot. It's right there and right there. I have this wrap around. Let's say I want to put a center line right here too, so it connects evenly with the other center line on the front side. I'm just going to bring this over, connect the two, and then center line. Now the center line may or may not line up with what I have going on up here, but we can fix that later. Just want to have it there. All right, looks like that will work. Just going around, fixing this. Well, it looks like it's working out so far. We'll see when we get to the connect everything. Looks like that's an even number here. And it's going to clash with the center line a bit. It looks like this will work out actually. Boom and boom. Connected. So now we can go back and use the relax tool. Just relax that a bit. Like so. Alright, so that's, you see when you use the relax tool, it actually follows the curvature of the model as well, so this kind of helps you out a little bit. So in addition to the set flow, you can use the relax tool. All right, so definitely want to add another edge loop in there. Then we want to pull this down here. Pull that down. Pull that down. Pull that down. That down. And then there's our center line as before. So I want to sort of guide the center line a little bit over to the right. So it's going to connect straight through here. That's what I wanted to do. Getting down to the end. Add a point there, there, here. All right, so now we're getting down to the wire here. Let's see how many points we have to connect. Look, even number. So we start off with 12 edges and now we have 10 edges. So that's excellent. That's what we want to see. It's like when you get to stuff down like this and you have an odd number of edges, that's when you run into trouble because you're gonna have to send another edge loop right back up. So it's easier if you start off with an even number of edges going down a limb. It's just so much easier. All right, so now we just need to connect this up a bit. I'm actually gonna shift and drag this in a bit and pull this down. Here we go. And now we just need to connect this through and through. So I'm just gonna draw an edge loop in there, edge loop in there, connect that, connect, connect that, and connect that. There we go. Done. And I'm going to use the relax tool bit right there. And we definitely need some more geometry in between. But see, now we've connected the major lines. Going back and adding the edge loops is super easy. So all I just got to go in there is just drop some edge loops in here and use that conform. Use relax. So now it'll start to follow the flow a little better. There we go. So you can see how much easier this is once you get all your lines connected and you just go and relax everything, how much this is making a difference. All right. Now I go in and add some more lines in here. Hit conform. Looks like I can probably add about one, maybe two more segments in here just so I can get some better definition going on. So I'll just drop edge loop, and I'll go back to here and I'll use the, oh, I need to be on edge mode and double click this edge and set flow, set flow. So now they're about evenly spaced, and go back and polish up with the relax tool. Ah, look at that. How much of a difference that makes. You see how it's following the curve right here around the ankle? That's what you want. All right, so everything's looking like it's coming out pretty good, especially around the leg area. Go and use the relax tool here. And get that spacing right a little bit better. So this is where I don't want to use the relax tool up in here because I actually want this edge to flow like this. So I want to be careful around that edge when I go back and use this tool. Looks like I need to move this up a little bit. Space that a bit more. All right, going back and using relax again. It's following the curvature quite nicely. Like so. All right, I believe we're just about ready to do the arms. Yeah, sometimes when you get to the center line here and you use the relax tool, you'll see that it'll pull really weirdly, so you don't kind of want to stay away from that. And you see it kind of messed up this, it made it like a sharp edge here, like a point. I don't want that, so I'm just gonna correct it. Yeah, the relax tool doesn't work too well around the edges, but when it's not an edge, it works really good. Go in there and manually space these, like so. It looks like I can probably space this out just a little bit. Just a little bit. Because I still have that line right there where I want the crease to happen. And that's what I'm looking at, this line right here where I want the leg to crease. So I'm actually going to manually move that. Like so. All right, that's looking good. Looking good. All right, so we have torso and legs completed. Now we're going to move on to the arms. And I just realized I have not even saved yet. Let's do that. It would be a shame if something happened. Ah, so I have an external drive that's turned off. So anytime I go to use my File Explorer, it hangs if it's not already spinning. So yeah, that's what the lag is for. But after I do this again, it won't lag anymore. So I'm going to find my project folder. What? There we go. Find my project folder, scenes. And let's see, this is going to be my retop. All right. Looks like we're at a good spot. All right, so again, I want to go back and make sure this, ooh, looks like this area could use a little attention for the relax tool. So before I even do that, I'm gonna go back and sort of relax this area a bit more. like so. You can see like as you start relaxing stuff, like your lines will start moving up and down the leg depending on the curvature and how it's pulling. All right, that looks good. Still got that line going. Looks good. Looks like I want to have this center line pulled out just a little bit. So I'm going to go not to the edge, but sort of to the edge before the center line. So I can pull that out, relax that. It looks like I need to pull this straight down too. So I'm going to go to my draw tool and sort of pull this down like so. It's about right. I'm just going to pull this up a little bit. So I want there to be more of a crease right here around the buttocks. All right, that looks good. To fix this here. Space these out a little bit better. All right. These are just minor adjustments here and there, but now we can focus on getting the arm complete. So again, I'm gonna make sure I want edge selection, double click the center line, hold control, go to vertex mode, go to modeling, align on the x-axis, right click on 0. All right. So now I'm gonna go and unslice the arm. So now we need it. So I'm gonna remove, let's see, it's not that one, that one. There we go. So doing the arm is gonna be fairly simple until you get to the hand. Uh, yeah, around the finger area. Because you can pretty much pull your edges straight down to the wrist and just add some lines in between and it will correct itself. So I'm gonna show you that. Let's say I'll take this edge here. Looks like I need to fix the curvature there a bit. And this is where the arm bends, so I want this crease to be right here. Definitely want that crease to be there. That's really important. So I'm gonna take go to border. I'm just gonna pull this out. I'm gonna shift drag this out. I'm gonna rotate around and bring this down. I'm gonna scale this in a little bit, rotate down a bit more. So it's going around the arm. I'm just gonna scale this inward, bring it in, then hit that conform. All right, so that looks okay. So now I want to drop at least, let's see, 1, 2, maybe 3 edge loops in here. So that's 1. I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna pull these straight out. So I'm actually going to go into wireframe, which now I can't see them, but I know they're there, so I'm gonna go to shift and I'm just gonna pull these straight up like that. Just so it's easier to do this part, that and that. So now I got that curvature going. Use the shift tool again just to kind of pull these in and out. And now that I have this here, I can use the conform tool again just to make sure it's on this area pretty tight. And I'm going to take this edge loop that I pulled out and I'm just going to pull this straight down right to where the arm is going to bend. Like so. And then again, I'm going to conform this, but first I'm going to scale this down just a bit. So hit conform, form my way around the arm. Then again, I want to bring this straight down with the whole edge loop selected to where the wrist is going to be. Scale this up a bit. That looks okay. Going to conform that again. And at this stage, I'm going to manually drag out the points just so I get the curve that I want going around the wrist. Because as I said before, when you use the conform tool, it's really dependent on the distance from the model, your base mesh. I mean your mesh you're tracing from, and the angle you're looking through the camera. So it might mess up a little bit. So all right, that looks about right. So now that I have this, I can go back and fix the issues here. So I'll add in another loop here. Just scale that out a bit. Add in another edge loop here. And I'm actually going to go back to this area here and I'm going to use the set flow. You can kind of see what it's doing here. And then I'm going to go back to conform. There we go. So now got a better edge flow going from the chest to the shoulder area. And I actually want to relax this part right here. Oops, too much. All right. Add some more edge loops in here. So here and here. And let's do one here, one there. Maybe one there too. Now I'm just going to heavily use the relax tool. So I get this whole area. You want to make sure you do all the way around because you're going to see some different areas in here where it's not conforming. So you'll have to go around the model and do that. So this looks good. All right, so I got that going. I really want to pull this back up here. It's just starting to bother me. All right, so now I want to go and get everything around the fingers done. So I'm going to tackle this a little bit differently, as I know these fingers are going to be identical. So I want the topology to be identical. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one and copy it to the other and then connect the two in between. Now, this is exactly the same way I would do it if I was doing a human character that had 5 fingers. I would do maybe the index finger first and just copy it down and over and just connect the gap. So let's go about doing that. So I'm not even going to worry about this up here. So this is going to be where we go back to connect to everything. But I'm going to sort of deviate from that, and I'm just going to start pulling the edge out around the fingers. So I'm going to skip this whole area here. I'm going to actually sample the mesh from here. So I'm going to select this polygon, shift and drag, put it all the way over here, and I'll make sure I'm going to clone it to this element. And just pull this closer, like so. And we're going to start off around the tip of the finger. And we're going to go straight back down, kind of like what we did before. Actually, I want this to go back up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the drag tool, and I'm going to hold Control and Alt just to kind of drag it up, and then Shift drag to put it where I want it, because I want to start right here, right around the first knuckle area. So I definitely want to have a center line. So I'm looking at this, I want to have a line straight down the center for the front and the back, just to make it easier for when I go back to rig this. And I want to have perpendicular lines going straight through all the way, because when the fingers bend, I want it to bend around the lines. So the line is going to be the guide for how it's going to bend. So I don't know how many edges around I want, but I might just go with about 8. 8 should be fine. So let's start bringing this down and around. So I know I definitely want to have this center line here. Going around. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 edges. Probably do another 4 around here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's my 8 edges around. Let's check that. Yep, 8 edges around. That should be more than enough for fingers. And I'm going to take this this center line. I'm going to go straight down with this. Straight down. So you can kind of see. Make sure the center line is in the center. You can kind of see this little curve going on around this knuckle. I want to follow that curve, actually. Sort of like that. Now, luckily, this character does not actually have fingernails. So if I was doing fingernails, I would approach this a bit differently. But I don't have to worry about that with this character. So I'm just going to keep going down and around. See, I'm following this curve, going back here. Looks about right. Follow the curve. Now you can kind of see that the distance from the mesh is starting to get a little bit it seems like it's farther because I'm doing across a smaller surface. So like the fingers, you can definitely tell there's a big gap in between the base mesh and what I'm tracing on. But for this character, I think the slightly larger fingers that would actually work out. So I'm just gonna go with it. But in some instances, what I would do is I would go back to this offset number and decrease it slightly just so it's more snug up against the surface. But for now, this looks okay. All right, looks like I need to go back and fix so area here. Starting to get down to the tip. So from this point, I'm going to take the border selection, and I'm just going to pull this down and scale it in, like so. Bring it back. And use that conform again. Now we just need to close the gap. So going from my center point here, my center point there, that looks about right. I actually want to connect this up because this little diamond shape is just not gonna fly. So I'm gonna shift and drag. Actually, I can't shift and drag this because there's not a line connecting them. So what I'm gonna have to do first is draw a line in between them, connect it, and then while I'm here, I might as well just target weld it, like so. Oops. And do the same to this side. Gonna connect the line and target weld this, like so. I'm just gonna bring these points a little bit closer together. So this little point right here is actually going to be the very tip of the finger. So that looks okay. So you can see it's still very low poly, but I want to go in and add some more edge loops in where the finger is going to bend. So it looks like it's going to bend here and bend right here. So I'm going to go in and add 1 and 2. Actually, I'm going to add another one right here because this is going to be the line where it bends. So I just want it to be even on both sides. It's also going to bend say about right here. But it also looks like I can add a bend in here as well. So this is something I'm going to have to think about when I do my rigging, how I actually want these fingers to bend, because that's something I was not thinking about when I was initially doing the scope. So I want this to be one finger length, this to be another finger length, and then in between this area is going to be kind of where it would bend, because this is an alien character, so I did the fingernails slightly different than what a human would have. I also want to go and add some edge loops in here. Fix that curvature. Going to conform. That looks good. Also add another edge loop in here. Conform. All right, so that looks good. So I'm going to use this as a base for the other two fingers. So I'm actually going to take this out of the element. So I'm going to shift drag, and I'm going to copy this and make a new object with it. So when I do this, I can easily rotate it around. So I'm going to reset the pivot point on this. So going into hierarchy, I'm going to adjust pivot only and center the object. So it's easier to find the pivot point because didn't know where it was before. I'm just going to rotate around, bring that in. You can see I needed to match this. So I'm actually going to go and I'm going to change my rotation to screen because I just want to rotate around this direction. Something like that. Also going to change my move to screen. Put it about right there. Just minor adjustments here and there. Like so. Alright, so that looks like that'll do for now. So I can always go and pull this above this, so that'll work out. But it looks like I have the placement in a good enough place for now. Now I'm going to do the thumb as well. I want to copy this again. I'm just going to rotate this around. And move this sort of in position that way. Now the thumb is going to be a little different because the length is different and the sizing is a little different. So it's not going to be one-to-one, but I want to get it close enough so that the geometry is slightly the same. That'll work. So I can always go in here and use the freeform tool and correct this. So that's what I'll do right quick. I'm going to go to my vertex mode, and I'm actually going to use shift to drag this out a bit. So this will be kind of the equivalent of your move brush in ZBrush. And that looks about right. Let's pull this out. There we go. So now we got a good base to start off with, and now I can actually go and drop this conform on. You can see my surface is still the same as before, so this will work perfectly. I can have this conform. Now I can go back and maybe drop the relax on this a bit, like so. And we can go from there. So we got the thumb in here. Now I also need to go back and do the conform on this finger. Like so. Looks good. Alright, so now we just need to add these other two fingers back into the main element. So I'll go to polygon and attach. Where is attached? There we go. Now click on this, click on this. So now they're back in the same element. Now we can connect everything. So I'm gonna connect in between here. And I actually want to have a segment in here because I'm gonna pull this back to this little crevice here. So I'm actually gonna add in another line there, pull this back. Use the drag tool, drag this on a little bit more. I'm gonna pinch this up a little bit. Alright. That side, and how did I just do that? Okay, so I pull this straight around. Alright, pull this straight. I can probably get away with just connecting this directly, to be honest. Yeah, I'll just do that. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Optimize, either there, either there. Alright, that'll work. See, I don't want to do it here. I'm going to have this float around a little bit differently. So let's see. So I want this to flow sort of around this knuckle area. That's where the center line is. So I'm going to play around with this a bit. Yeah, I'll just have this pull straight back. This will work out, actually. With this pull here. Because most of this detail, I'm not trying to capture in the base mesh anyway. Because all of this is going to be the normal map in ZBrush anyway. So as long as this connects back up, it really doesn't even matter. Alright, so like so. So it looks like I got a little uneven around this area here because I think on this side what I did was I connected like that. But you can see that it's stretching right here. And maybe if I just go and drag this out a bit like that. See, now it evens it up on both sides. So it's just like some minor adjusting you have to do here and there. just to get this to work. Again, I'm just going around and connecting all the lines. Now I'm starting to get closer to the thumb area. So I definitely want to follow this curvature that's right here. So I'm going to go and break this up a little bit. So I'm going to redirect this flow a bit and bring this down like so. I'm just going to have this flow around this direction. And it's going to connect back in here. Like so. So I'm just going to put this here for now because I don't want to directly connect it uh, just yet. I'm going to save this for another later on. Bringing the edges out a bit. Just following this curve. Looks like I can probably just connect this right here. Because I know this point will probably connect here. So let's optimize that. Bring this over. Yep, so that's the curvature I want for that. That looks good. So then we just got to figure out the other 13 edges. Let's see, it is 13 edges, right? So loop around there, 14 total, and I've done one, so 13 edges need to be connected. So I'm going to connect this up in here. Whoa. Let's try that again, shall we? Clear that, extend. Ah, it's pressing the wrong button. All right, let's see. Fixing this up a bit. So I kind of want to edge the flow through here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah, sometimes this happens where you're focused and jump to somewhere else on a model. I could just sort of go through and hide a few things and see how I want to go about doing it there. But we'll see. All right, so going around here, I'm probably gonna add another edge loop in here because it's gonna make a nice little crease going around here, and generally this area creases a lot, so you want to have that crease in there. So edge loop here, and extend this around. And this will actually work out because I need more edge loops to connect back into here. So this works out great. Looks like I can probably bring this around a little bit more, or I can bring this straight up. Let's go around the other side to see. Because I'm going to want to start connecting this here. Generally what I'll do is I'll find like point where I want to connect to. Like this point and this point looks like a good connection here. So I'll just draw that out so I know this area I'll complete. Like that. There we go. So it looks like, so based on what I did earlier, I know that I want to add another segment here. So this line, this point can connect to this point. This point can connect to this point. So now I need to figure out this area here. So I'm actually going to connect this straight down. This going around here, I actually pull this down a bit more. Connect that. Bring this up. And it looks like I'm going to need to figure out the connection here. So now you can see that once I start to get down to this area here, I have 2 points here to connect and 1 point here to connect. So this is where it gets a little bit tricky. So what I can do is do what I was going to do earlier and have this come around up here, and this will create an extra point. So let's see if I were to redraw this out. So I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to bring this up and around like this and connect this and connect that. So let's optimize this. And I actually deleted the point because I hit Control Alt when I did that. And since I'm definitely afraid of undoing that, I'm just gonna go back and re-add the point. So I'm just gonna select this and go back to modeling. I'm just gonna insert the point. There we go. Problem solved. And I also need to connect it now. So select this and connect. And let's try this optimize again. There we go. Pull this out like this. Boom. So it looks like I can make a quad right here, but it's not going to give me what I wanted before because I'm still going to have 1 point here. So I actually do want to bring this a bit up and down. So let's see. Maybe I'll add an extra point in here just to connect to. Just kind of even this up a little bit. Like so. I might go as far as moving this down a row. Well, what I mean is I'm going to add another line in between here and here. So this will have something connected to. Looks like I can get away with that. So I'm going to actually split this edge. So select this line and this line. And I'm going to go to modeling and split. Go back to drag. Drag this off like that. I'm going to add one more edge in between like that. And I'm actually going to add another edge loop in here to compensate. So let's see what I have. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So I actually need to fix this. So maybe I'll have this loop around, sort of like this. And so we have 1, 2, and 1, 2. Yeah, so that'll work. So optimize that. That will connect. And this will connect. So that looks about right. So let's try this. Boom, boom, boom. So that's fully connected over that side. But see, now I have this little issue here. So I actually do want to move this down. Because I kind of want this to go all the way across straight. So maybe I'll add another edge loop in here to correct this. So I'm going to go to Swift Loop again. It looks like I can't do it here. You can see how the line is going straight through here. So I'm gonna trick it so it doesn't go all the way around. So I'm gonna select this edge and I'm gonna add a point in here. So now when I go back to edge loop, see now it's gonna stop. It's gonna stop right where I want it. Now I don't need this point, so I'll just backspace, remove it. And I want to connect this point to this point. So connect, and then I'm just gonna do weld. Since I already have it selected, then it makes this little triangle right here. That's okay, because I'm gonna bring this whole thing down and add another line going this way. So go to drag, bring this whole thing down, all of this, like so. And we're gonna drop an edge loop in here. And now this is the quad. See, now I can make that curvature I want for this side. So you can see it comes straight down and loops around here. And then this loops around here. So I still got my edge flow going and all the polygons, well, the edges are connected. So now that that side's done, now I have to worry about the top of the hand. So getting there. Looks like I can go and connect this and that. So I'll go back to here, bring this up a bit. Now I'll just connect this all the way around. Looks like right here, what I can do is I kind of want this to be even going up, but I want to terminate it at some point. So I can probably get away with making a diamond shape here, but let's not do that. Just space this out just a little bit. I'm actually going to make this flow around this way, flow up, flow around this way, sort of like that. And this is going to connect here, and this is going to flow around and connect here. So now we still have that crease in between here. That's what I was going for. And I can connect these two here, right there. Let's go back to optimize, connect that, connect that. You see here, having a bit of an issue with the sizing of this. So I might actually want to go a step back and add some more geometry in here, or I can pull this closer like so. So that evens it out. So now I still have that center line that I want. Now this is mostly evened out. I think this will work. All right, so continuing on, and I connect that. It's just going to looks like I need to go up this. There's not enough geometry for this to come all the way down to here. So I'll just go straight up with this. Looks like this edge can connect to this edge eventually. So maybe I'll go around like that. So you can see here, this is where I'm going to start to have a little issue. Because I have one edge going this way, and I have 1, 2, 3 edges here. So I need to terminate one of these like that. So now I have this edge. I want to connect it with this edge. Let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this will actually line up perfectly. If I go straight down with this. And there we go. So that is the reason why you want to have an even number of edges going down the limb. Because when you run into this end part here, you're going to have an uneven number of edges, and you're going to have to send an edge loop back down the arm. So now that's done. Let's go in, relax this, like so. All right. I want to add some more edge loops in here because this is also, the wrist is where it's going to bend. So we want to add some extra geometry in here. Looks about right. So this is going to be the creasing point right here. So I want to add an edge loop on either side. Maybe not so many. This doesn't need to be super detailed right here. You can always go back and fix it later, but just kind of judging here, the wrist is going to bend about right here. So I'm just going to add this extra edge loop in. And don't want to relax this because I kind of want this to go perpendicular to where it's going to bend. So I'm just going to go in and instead of relax, what I'm going to do is set flow. There we go. So that's what I'm looking for. I can probably do just a minor relax in here. It's not too powerful. There we go. There we go. All right, and probably go in here and set flow this so fix the spacing in here. There we go. So for this part, the set flow isn't going to work correctly. But I also want to add another edge loop in here where the joint is going to be. So I'm going to go and conform this. All right. All right, that's looking good. So now we're starting to get around to the head area. This looks like I need to go and end this line around for where the clavicle would be. So I could end it right about here, and that would actually work out. Then I have to just readjust a few things here and there. Like so. All right, that looks like that will work. So now we're about ready to do the face. So generally what I do when I start the face is I do it completely separate from the body. Like I'll start the face here and then I'll eventually go back and connect it through the neck. So let's start off on the face first. So I want to get this eye cavity correct. So that's going to be the starting point of the face. So what I can do is take one of the polygons here and I'm just going to move this straight up. Actually, yeah, I'll just move it straight up and I'll make a clone of the object. So it's a separate object. So I want it to be separate from this initially. And I'm going to hide the body because we don't need it right now. And also going to hide that body. We're just going to focus on just the face. Now I'm not worried about the pivot point here. So let's see what the X form is looking like. The X form looks like it's still the same because I copied it from the other base mesh, which was correct. So the X form shouldn't be an issue. So when I turn on symmetry, you see it disappears, but I'm going to turn off slice along mirror and set the mirror alignment to center. And that looks correct. Also going to change the threshold to 0.05. Show end result. All right. So now I'm going to take this. So now I need to reset what my surface is going to be to draw on. So I need to go here, select this, pick this. You can see now it changes to head 2. This is my new surface I want to draw on. And this distance from the surface is not going to work for the face. I need to decrease this by half. So 0.025. See now you can still see it's a bit too far from the surface. So I might drop it down to 0.015. That's better. So again, just like we did the body, you want to keep that center line. That's very important. So I did say I was going to start around the eye cavity, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to leave this piece here because that's a good point to go back to. Going to clone to element, and we're just going to move this to where it needs to be. Put it back on polygon selection. And I'm just going to trace around the outer part of the eye. Like so. And again, since this is a cavity, you want to have an even number going around. So I'm going to start off by just doing some pretty far out edges so I can kind of block it out, because you can tell I need more definition up top, but I'm just going to block that out because I know I want the center point of the eye to be there. Go back to drag. Pull this down some more. The corner of the eye to be right there. Looks about right. Pull this around. Pull this in, connect it. Now I can go back in and start adding some extra definition. There we go. Let's see how many edges I have. I should have an odd number. No, 16. So I got an even number of edges. So that's good. So I got that right the first time. I just want to make sure I have the spacing right. Because this edge flow is gonna dictate the rest of the face, how I do my edge flow. So I want to make sure I get this how I want it initially. Sort of like that. So I got the outer eye socket blocked in. So now the next step gets a lot easier. So when I do the cavity, it's gonna do my border selection, and I'm gonna shift and scale in. Scale in 1. Just bring it back and conform. Like that. And again, shift drag it in. I'm just gonna pull this straight down like this. And I think I'm gonna flatten this on the Y a bit. And conform. Whoa. Okay, so that's not working out. I need to pull this back a little bit more. So remember I was saying the conform is based on the distance from the surface, how well it's going to work. So let's try that again. So now it's working. So now I need to make this a little bit more of an oval shape. Like so. So I can see this is my corner, and that's my corner. So I know that this edge and this edge need to meet. Then I'll have same amount of points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same amount of points on either side. So it looks like this will be a center line here. So I can pull this straight down. So I can edit edge loop here and here. Go back to extend. Pull that straight down. Pull that straight down. Now this can connect over here. And we'll go all the way around. So now we'll hit this with the relax. So now we have that eye cavity. Now actually go back a few steps. And I want to add some another edge loop in here. And then relax it. Alright. Now we got the eye cavity. So now we can start looping around, because you want to have your edges need to flow in loops. So generally what you want to do with the face is you want to follow the contours of the muscles on the face. So when the character emotes, it looks natural. So you want to follow the lines around here, and then you want to follow the lines going around the mouth, and then you want to have the nasal labial fold right here. You want to have that apparent. So let's start from the center. I'm going to start off with this vertex, and I'm just going to zero this out and zero that out. So we have a good base to start from. Just going to pull this down, pull this up and up. And you can sort of see that my lines are overlapping, so I might need to go back to my threshold and drop it down a bit more. 0.25, there we go. And again, I'm going to double click the line, control, go to vertex mode, go to modeling tab, line on the x-axis, and zero out the x. All right, back to freeform. Now we can start connecting these. I actually want an extra edge loop in here, like so. I'm just going to follow this loop, like so. Looks good. Kind of sort of like we're making a mask for the face. All right, drop in another edge here. Just want to be able to copy, connect these two, but I actually need some more. I need a nose to continue going around this area here. So I'm actually going to go this direction with the nose, like that. And it looks like I will actually need an extra edge loop in here. So what I'll do probably is, because I know I have to make a crease right here, I want to go ahead and make the lines go the way I want it. So I might actually go and add another edge loop. It's okay for the face to be super detailed because you want to have more detail in the face. So I'm not really too worried about poly count at this point. I'm just making sure um, the contours are correct. Like I just want the edge flow to be good. So it looks like I should add another edge in here because this is where crease is going to start. So I have that there, there. I'm going to go all the way down and around. So add a point there, add a point here, like so. So you can kind of see what I'm doing. I'm following sort of like the contour of the edges that I set up initially in my sculpt. So I want it to flow really well. So also when I get around here, I definitely want to do some edges flowing. So I'm actually going to add another edge loop in here, and I'm going to make a perfect loop around the nose cavity, the nostril. So here, bring this up. Bring this over. All right, so we got that half done. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm gonna have 4 sides. Well, it's gonna be 8 total edges. I usually like to do an even number when I'm doing my modeling or of cavity. I always do an even number because it lines up later on when you have to fix everything and bring everything together. So this is gonna work out when you get everything together. And so I'm going to bring this edge loop around like so. So I know I need to add 1 and 2 more in here. So 1 here and 1 here. I'm going to drag this in. The corner is going to go here like so. You see, you can already see where the center line is going to be here. It's going to line up perfectly with these. This is what you want. So I'm going to bring this center line down and into where the nostril is. Add enough geometry. Like so. Just sort of line up where this is going to sync together. Looks like I can probably go in and weld these points there. And put this here, that there, that here. It looks like this is going to have to go around. So I might need to go back a step and pull this in here. Now I can bring this straight down actually like this. And I can probably add another edge loop in here. So what I'm going to do is bring that down. No, bring this down like that. Bring this up a bit. Like so. We don't really need that much definition around this area. This area we can kind of get away with. So I'm going to pull this down a little bit. Because this is where we're going to add the extra edge loop in. So right here, connects there, completes the gap. There we go. So you see we got this edge flowing like that, and then we have this edge flowing like this. Get this a little better in here. That looks good. So now we can continue this edge flow downward. Like so. So now it looks like I might need to add an extra edge loop in here. But if I add one here, I'm definitely gonna have to add one here just to even it out. And that's okay, because I can bring this down a bit more, bring this around a bit more, and put an edge loop in here. Maybe even, yeah, that'll work. So evenly space these out a bit more. Sort of like that. So now we got that flow going. Now we can bring this all the way around like that. You see, you have this nice flow going. And this is going to come all the way and flow downward to this area as well. So I'll complete this flow like so. So now I want to start blocking out the lip area. So I'm going to bring this straight down. Point here, point here. Bring this down the center, bring this down here. So I definitely want to follow this line. That's going to be the peak there. Go back down. Like so. Alright, and following this all the way around. Just going to bring this out farther. Alright, so this is where I'm going to have to thinking about putting an opening for the mouth, for where the mouth cavity is going to be. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to leave a gap in between the lips here. And bring this back around like this. This is going to start to curve out like that. And right here is going to be the corner of the mouth. Just going to bring this down and around. That looks good. So I might have to readjust this area in a bit. but I'm going to bring this straight down. But as I said before, I'm going to leave a gap. But for now, I'm just going to trace this around. And then I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to select this edge right here. Make sure I get this right. Yep, so I got that edge selected. I'm going to change my color scheme because this is kind of getting hard to see. So I'll put this back to the default. And I'm actually going to chamfer this edge. Oh, way too much. Just a bit. And open. You can see my well threshold is affecting this. So it looks like I'm going to have to decrease this a bit more. So I go back to my mirror. Let's put this at 0.15. All right, so I'll have to go back in here and make some adjustments. Here and here. And I'm going to follow this all the way around. All right, it looks like I'm actually going to want to connect this a bit differently. So this is going to be the corner of the mouth here. This line is going to have to go up quite a bit. This is going to have to come over quite a bit because I need this to connect with this edge. So boom and boom. So now I need to make this look better. Looks like I'll have to probably add another edge in here. You can see this is kind of squaring off right there. I'll just fix the curvature a bit. But now I have that opening that I need to create the mouth cavity. So we'll do that a bit later. So again, continuing down with the face. So bring the center line down. Just want to quickly block this out. Now I need to go and fix this center line again. Now because I put this gap here, it's not going to connect all the way around. So I have to just select both of these lines. The vertex, line it, center it. That's looking good. So now I want to continue these lines going around the lips. So I can connect this here, send this going all the way around. Looks like I'll add another edge in here, actually. Yeah, that'll work. Yep, looks like I'm gonna have to add another edge in here to make this flow correctly, or might end up dropping another edge in here and here. Looks like I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, the edges are lining up, but I need more. I clearly need more definition for the upper lip. So I'll add another edge loop there, another edge loop there. And because I did an even number, these edges should line up. So if I select all of these 14 edges, let's check that again. So all the way around, you see how it loops all the way around, 14 edges. That's good to go. So even though I have a larger number up here than down here, it's still fine. So again, I'm going to loop this around, and I can start pulling this crease down here. Like so. So bringing this over and around. I just want to follow that crease. Then we can fix this later. So moving this stuff around a bit more. So I can make this go here. So remember when I was telling you if you hit undo after using the optimize tool, that's exactly what I just did by mistake. But it's okay. It'll save it still. So just let it save. And it made a temporary save recover. So I'm just gonna have to just load it back up and reload that save file. But we didn't lose anything. It's still there. It's just a nuisance. Like I said, it's one of those bugs that they never fix. And this is in 2015, and uh, never got fixed in 2015, but it might be fixed in a later version. But then again, this is one of those annoying bugs that you just gotta remember. But sometimes you're going so fast and it's so easy to hit undo that it just you forget about it. All right, so going back, Max is loaded. See, it still saved that recovery file. So I'm just gonna load that recovery file. And see, I'm still right where I left off. I didn't really lose anything. So I'm just gonna save as, and I'm gonna put it back in the right directory. And I'll just iterate this file. So I'll just hit the plus button. So it'll be retop uh, 01 or 1, whatever it wants to do. So yeah, retop 01. There we go. So now I have another save. So now we can just continue from there. But because I had to reload the file, I have to go back and redo this. So draw on surface, pick the head. I believe it was 0.015. That looks right. So we'll just continue from this point on. And I'll try to remember not to hit undo after I do the optimize. No promises. So continuing around, going on the contour of the face. So I'm just going to start closing these gaps in here. Like so. That looks good. I need more definition in here. Just bring this around and down. Like so. Sure, we go all the way around. You kind of see how this is ending up now. We're just doing complete edge loops around the mouth. So this is what you're getting. You have the eye cavity going around the perfect. So this is going based on the contours of the facial muscles. And then you have the nasolabial fold going straight down. So you want to have this line blocked out. This is super important, this line here. Because when your character smiles and it makes that crease there, it's going to be super important. It's going to look good when you animate it. So again, going around. So up in here, the forehead doesn't move that much, so you can get away with less geometry. So I'm gonna, you see how I terminate this line going here? I just want to do that a few times. So you don't need that much detail. There we go. So now I have that straight line going across. So that'll work out for facial expressions when you see the wrinkle going in the center. All right, so now that you see this line here, I want to follow this going down this way. And I want to follow this line going around this way. So some of these I can probably get away with terminating some of the lines, but in this area it's super important to have these lines, so I don't want to terminate them just yet. So I'm actually going to go around like so. That looks good. Bring this out this way. You see right here, this is probably the point where I can uh, terminate the line. I can probably just bridge this, start to go a little bigger this way, like that. I can probably terminate that curve here as well. So I'm going to use optimize very carefully this time. No undo. Like so. So once I start getting underneath the chin area, this is where I can really start to terminate those lines, because you're never going to see underneath the chin when somebody's facing you talking. So you can get away with terminating lines easily around this area. So one thing I do want to make sure I have is the jawline in. So I want to run a line from here up to the base of the ear. So let's go with this line here. So I'm going to connect these two, just kind of terminate it right there. And this is going to be the base for the jawline. So like that. So it looks like in my initial sculpt, because I made the head separate from the neck, from the lower body and everything, this area isn't as fleshed out as it should be. Like there should be a crease right here, and this shouldn't go back as far. So that's incorrect. So this is one of the things I'll fix as I'm doing the base mesh. So again, just going around here, probably follow this back, all the way back. And I should probably add in another edge loop around here. Get more connecting lines in here. So 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, so when I get to the ear area, I like to do sort of the same thing like what I did with the arm. Just draw a circle, like a complete loop all the way around it. So I'm gonna start doing that now. So from here, just gonna pull this up. It's definitely when you're doing the ear, you want to make sure you have an even number of edges. I'm just going to trace around a little bit more. Now, this ear shape is a little different than a normal human, but you still get about the same. It's going to be about the same principle-wise. Just make sure this connects up. See, this is starting to connect really well. You see I have this, my faces are starting to get really big right here. Probably go in there and smooth that out with the relax tool. So that evens it out a bit. Okay, so I don't want the relax tool to go up in here and relax all that because I actually want that crease there. I want that to stay. That's looking good. I'm gonna follow this all the way around again. like so. So we're almost to the point where once we get the face, the front side of the face done, this is where you can not care about the rest of the head. Like the back of the head is you can do whatever the hell you want for geometry wise, because um, it's most likely never going to be seen because generally your character has hair and this part of the head never moves. Like the base of the neck is going to move, but it doesn't deform in a way where it matters how your edge flow is. I mean, you want to have good edge flow, but you can kind of get away with bad edge flow in this area, especially on the top of the head. Not to say that I'm going to do that, but I'm just saying you can, there's a little bit more playroom. Don't have to be too meticulous about it. Just going to connect that up. All right. So now we have that fully connected. Let's see how many edges I have. I have 13 edges, so I need to add one more edge in here. It looks like I'll probably add another edge in here because there's a big polygon here. So I add another edge in there. That works. So extend these edges out a bit more. I'm going to make this go up and around. Now they're going to start to get a lot bigger once you get around this area here. Okay, so I'm going to leave this area alone. I'm going to finish blocking out more of the top of the head, the forehead area. And see, this is the area where I need to turn back on the body and connect it to. Because there's a very, very important muscle that's apparent on every person that you need to absolutely have the edge flow correct for. So extending this up, I'm going to follow this straight up a bit. Start to get a little bigger with my polygons just to kind of block it out. So in here, I can start to make them a little bit bigger. Like so. There we go. So you see when you start getting to the forehead, it gets a little easier. Just do your edge flow going all the way around. So in here, I can definitely terminate some lines in here. I don't need this many. So I'm going to go, let's say, right there. Maybe I'll need a little bit more definition, but I don't need as much on the top of the head. So I can get away with a little more. So it looks like maybe I can even connect it right here to kind of terminate it. So I'll go use the optimize carefully, drag this up a little bit, just so I can start to get rid of some of these edges, because I don't need this many on the top of the head. And I'm going to start to go around this area to the base of the skull, around here. Make sure I get the center line in there, like so. And let's connect that center line up. Maybe I'll connect that there. Looks like I can terminate some lines over here as well. Doing that. Some of these up. Connect that. Make some of these. And space these out a bit. So it looks like my edges aren't going to connect up right here. So maybe that termination I did here, I'll just undo that and just have this flow back down maybe. We'll see. Let's just try that. See, this is where I get away with. When I get to this peak right here, I can just drop another edge loop in here and that's done. Go ahead and connect that last face and relax away. Alright, so top of the head is pretty much done. Don't need that much geometry up here. So now I want to go back and start to unhide where the body is and connect this up, but I think I'll tackle the ear first. Yeah, maybe I'll just do the ear first. That'll work. So a lot of times when I'm doing the ear, I find myself running out of edges and have to drop another edge flow in, and that's okay because I'm at usually when I do that, I can drop an edge in like here and just pull it straight back. Drop an edge in here and pull it straight back and terminate it that way. So if you run out of edges in here, it's okay. It's easier to fix than, let's say, going down the entire length of the arm and get to the hand and realize, oh, I have an odd number of edges. So in this area, it's a lot more forgiving. All right, so let's go in here. I'm gonna trace around the ear. Drop in an edge loop here. Conform. And we're just gonna trace all the way around here. There we go. So that goes over there. Looks like I'm about to drop another edge loop in here, like so. Trying to match up the edges here. So when I connect this, it'll flow. That's one thing you want to be aware of. Tracing this around. See, I can already see where I'm gonna need an extra edge loop in right here to get this curve better. But I'll save that for later. So yeah, I'm just basically following the outline of the ear. And I'm also trying to stay true to what's over this side. So making this real simple to connect. Then of course I'm gonna have to drop an edge loop back here to get that crease behind the ear. Pull that back out, like so. Now honestly, it looks like I can take this edge here and pull it back in a little bit more, so I can get that crease a little better. So I can pull it more into that crease. And just sort of redirecting this a bit. There we go. That's right. So getting down to it, almost to the top of the ear. So it looks like I definitely want to have a point here. So I'm going to make this go to a point, and then wrap back around like so. I have to change the number of edges again, like I said, just so I can get, so I really want my edges to flow a certain way. Looks good. I'm just gonna have this flow all the way down into here, and back into here. And we'll worry about connecting that later. Looks like I'm mostly have this blocked out. Just going in behind the ear. It's getting a little hard to see back here, but you can make out. Okay, so it looks like I'm gonna have to add in some extra lines in here. Sort of get this definition going. And like I said, this is gonna come to a point. Now, it looks like in here, uh, somehow I've created an extra side in here. So you see I have 5 points instead of 4. So I'm gonna have to go and fix that up a little bit. No worry. Just go back here and gonna delete that. Pull that back down like that. Make sure this follows how I want it. And pull this in a little bit. Looks like I want to add some more geometry here as well. Conform. Maybe I can pull this up and add some more lines this way so these can connect over. So I add more lines there. Use drag and drag this up like that. See, now these are going to connect. All right. Top of the ear. Select out. Looks like I need to go in and do some adjustments in here. You see this line is following quite nicely. So I need to bring this over a bit. Looks like I can even put some more definition right there. All right, now shift this down a little bit more. Just kind of get the spacing right on this. And now we can start going through here and start connecting everything. So now we have the outline done. We just got to make everything in between the outline connect. All right. Bring this up a little bit more. This might be the area where I add more definition in. All right. That's looking good. All right, so this area here, I'm gonna connect across like that so I can terminate that line that was going there. I need to pull these up a little bit more. So we can go, there we go. All right, so now we just need to connect everything on the inside. So generally what I like to do in this area right here is like I need to pull this straight down in here because this is going to be a cavity right here in the back in the ear. So I'll worry about that in a bit. But I want to go through and connect all this up in here because there's a lot going on right here. So I need to connect this up a little bit and figure this out. This looks like this is going to be a center line coming out of here. I'll connect all this up in here like that. So that's going nicely. So I'm not worried that this is too perfect in here. That looks good. Connect this up in here. Start to come down with this here. And I'm going to connect this going that way. Connect going that way. This is where I might start to run into some issues. I'm going to have to add some more lines in here. Like so. Alright. Let's see how many lines we got up in here. So this is where I was talking about where I might have to go and add an extra edge loop in here. I'm going to go ahead and do that because I want this to pull back a bit like that. So that'll work out. But now I know since I did that, I have an uneven number of edges going out and around. So I'm going to have to add another edge loop in here somewhere. So what I might actually do is this line where I terminated originally, I might unterminate this. Might just go and delete that, pull this more inward toward this way, like that, so I have that extra line in there. Now let's see how many edges we have to close this gap. I have 10 edges, so I should be able to close this gap, no problem. I'm just going around like so. All right, that gap is closed. So now we just need to worry about this area up in here. All right, So this should be an uneven number of edges. Yep, 11. So now this is where I can go in and add another edge loop in here, get away with. So I think I might add another one, maybe right down here. Like so. Pull this up a little bit, come back around, just kind of space this out a little bit more. So now I should have an even number of edges in here, 12. So there should be no issue getting this closed. So I'm just going to pull this in here, pull that back. So I kind of want to make that cavity. And let's see what conform is going to do. Yeah, it's going all over the place. I can just redirect this. But this doesn't matter too much. This doesn't have to be like an oval shape. I don't care about this. I mean, because you're never going to be looking inside of this character's ear, like, ever. So you can kind of get away with this area. I did that a little sloppy. Let's try that again. That's a little better. Relax that. All right, so we got the ear done. So now I'm at the point where I need to do the base of the neck to connect to the body. So from here, turn back on the body. And I'm just going to select one of these. So I'm going to remove the symmetry off of this. And I'm going to attach it to the body. So attach head. All right, so now we just got to worry about the gap in between the neck. All right, so this is where it's going to get a little tricky. So uh, I want to be painting on, well, the surface of this body here. So I'm going to change the surface again back to that body mesh, which has that weird polymesh 3D sphere name from ZBrush. And I'm going to go in here, and the muscle that you want to connect from the base of the neck to the skull is the stenomastoid. It's this long neck muscle that you can see on everyone. No matter what size you are, you can always see this. So this needs to be apparent. So I'm going to take this going up like this. I might need to go and play around with some different geometry in here just to get it to work right, but we just need this to connect. So it should connect somewhere up in here. So I need to figure out how I'm going to terminate these lines going around. So I know I want this to connect right here and this to connect sort of like this. So I either need to terminate the lines underneath this jaw somehow and bring this around. And I need to wrap these lines going sort of around this direction. And then we can sort of bridge the gap in between here. Now, I think I might have to redo this area here. But I don't want to. Let's just split it right now. So I'll take this and just delete that face there. But one thing is going to remain constant is the center line. So I'm just going to bring that up. So because the two meshes that I have, they're separated. If I were to try to bridge the gap in between here using the extend, it's not going to work because it's based on this mesh here that I'm drawing off of and not this mesh. So what I can do instead is combine these base meshes. So let's try that. I'm going to turn off slice, go back down to here, going to go to attach, and I'm going to attach this. So now it's all one piece. Well, two sub elements, but as far as drawn on the surface, it's all one piece. So now when I go back in here and I want to draw on the surface, that's also slice. So cut that straight in half. Go back to extend. So now when I try to connect this and this, it's going to work. All right, so this is where it's going to get a little tricky, and I'm going to have to start uh, getting rid of a lot of my geometry. And right down in here, I'm going to have to do some tricks to get this to flow better. So now I want to put a line right here because these two are going to connect. And I might as well go ahead and optimize this. And this is going to connect straight down. See, I can connect this right here, and I can draw a line straight across. Let's bridge that, and put a line right in there. Close that gap. I'm just going to drag this up a bit just to even that out. Make sure I'm following that the contour still, like so. And I can always add another edge loop in here. I think I might go ahead and do that. So I'll pull this up a little bit so I can actually put an edge loop through there, like so. All right, so we're getting there, almost there. You can see the finish line. So I'm going to connect these two as well. You see it's starting to lose some definition in here. So maybe I don't want to do that, but again, I can't undo that or it's going to crash. So instead, I'm just going to, I can either split it or I can just delete the faces and do it again. I'll go that route. Like so. I'm definitely going to need some edge loops up in here and there. So connect that, connect that. And again, I can connect this and just drop an edge loop right in there. Boom, that's done. And maybe relax this a bit. All right, so getting down to it now. I'm gonna add another edge loop in here just so this makes this transition a little bit easier to do. Oops, come on, there we go. There we go. All right, so we got the line going for the stenomastoid, the basically the giant neck muscle here. So you want to make sure that's flowing nicely. And now with that done, you just connect all the way around, and this shouldn't take long. So connecting around. And this one, I'm just going straight down with this. It's easier to connect that like that. So I'll worry about this piece later because I can always, connect the line straight through going this way to fix this triangle, which is probably what I'm going to do. So make sure there's enough definition around the neck area here. I think I might put a line straight through here. Like so. And it looks like mostly done now. Just need to fix this area here. So I'm going to put a line in here. Oops, wrong line. So it looks like I need to readjust that because this didn't come out the way I want it. No big deal. I'll just delete that and have this flow differently. Let's just go ahead and drop an edge loop in there. And now it's connected. Just going to relax this a bit. So now we have the whole character blocked out. So let's turn back on symmetry. I'm going to actually hide the high res. Look at what we have. So it looks like the character is fully together. So now that this is fully put together and it's perfect quads all the way around, as you saw, there were no triangles in the making of this. They're all quads. Need to make the mouth cavity. So that's the last step. So what I like to do is make the mouth cavity last because I'm actually going to collapse the symmetry in here, and it's a little easier to do the mouth cavity with the symmetry collapsed. But I still need to put in this nasal cavity here. So I'm going to turn back on the high res, jump back down in here, and I need to close this gap here. So I'm going to shift and pull this in, this up and in for the cavity, like so. And let's see how many edges I have around here. It looks about 10. Yep, 10 edges. So I'll just make this flow like this. Done. And let's see if we still have an even number. It looks like this is still clipping here. Let me go into my mirror, change the threshold to 0.015. There we go. And I need to make sure that, yep, 14 edges. So this will work out beautifully once I put the mouth cavity in here. All right. So now I need to go through and make sure I have everything, the center line on everything. I go in here and pull this in a little bit so it follows the shape a little better. All right, that looks good. So double click on the symmetry line. So now it should go all the way around. So let's see if it does. Gonna isolate the selection, turn off that. So now you can see the center line goes all the way through. So again, having a center line is super important. Come on to vertex mode, align it on the X, and make sure it's zeroed out. So now the character is basically done. Now I need to go in and add in the mouth cavity. So since I'm done with the symmetry, I'm going to go in and change this to hard. So it's completely faceted all the way around because for some reason the inner eye cavity was smooth and it just looks weird. So let's change it back to faceted hard surface. So basically no smooth groups. I'm going to go in and fix this by collapsing the symmetry modifier. Actually, no, I take that back. I'm not going to collapse the symmetry modifier. And I'm going to go in and make the mouth cavity right now. So for this step, not going to need to draw on the surface because surface did not have the mouth cavity to begin with. And for some reason, my shortcuts have stopped working. So I'm going to save what I have now. And I'm going to close out of Max and restart. Come on. All right, save done. Close Max. Restart. So I've apparently had Max open for way too long, and yeah, stuff goes wrong all of a sudden. Thanks, Autodesk. So back in Max, I'm just going to reload that file. Turn off symmetry. All right, now my shortcuts are working again. So for the mouth cavity, I'm going to bring the inside of the lip straight back. Uh, so I'm going to select the upper portion, the lip. I'm just going to bring this in a bit and up. And the same with the bottom portion. Bring this in and down. Then bring it back a little bit more. And there we go. So I want to really change the height of this. But see, I want this to go straight down, so I need to make this go down. So selecting, I don't want to select the whole thing. So I'm going to select the bottom portion here. I'll also align this on the Z. And the same thing with this top portion here. So align this on the Z. Whoops, had that selected. There we go. So I'm starting to get that shape that I want. All right, that's about right. Alright, so now going back around, I'm just gonna pull this straight back, the whole thing, align it on the y-axis, and I'm gonna scale this way out. Bring this in, scale it down. That looks about right. And then I can just kind of connect this in here all the way, and I can be done with it. Or if I want this to be more realistic, I can make the uvula hanging straight down. But I think for this particular character, I don't need to do that. So, I mean, you know what a uvula looks like. It's just pretty much just like a little sack hanging down. So that's pretty simple to model. So I think for this character, it's unnecessary. So I'm going to leave it be. So I just need to finish by connecting the pieces in here. So I'm just going to bridge. No, that didn't work. I have 10 edges in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Deselect that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here, I'm just going to bridge that. Select 1, select 2, like so. Because I'm just kind of trying to complete this curve going back here. Then I'm just going to connect all these pieces. So I can't really use the freeform tools to connect this because I'm not drawing across the surface. So I'm going to have to use the regular bridge command. Looks like I added an extra one in here. I don't need that. Yeah, I'm going to have to just use the regular bridge command to connect through the rest of this. It looks like I have an extra edge up in here, to be honest. So I'll just have to go in here and just kind of connect everything. So to make it simple, I'm just going to close the gap. So I'm just going to cap it. Because then I can go in here with vertex mode and just use the cut tool. And I can just simply draw in my edges that I want. Sort of like that. So I can close the gap that way. But it does look like I need that extra edge in there. There we go. So now it's closed. So now I need to straighten this out a little bit because it's kind of wonky. Uh, I'm going to use push and pull. So to get your radius to go up and down like I'm doing this, I'm holding control and shift. Just doing that, clicking and dragging. And if I hold shift, it's going to relax this. So it's kind of like the relax tool a bit. So relaxing all this up in here. And now I can finish it up by going and using the set flow tool. See how this is going to go all the way around? I actually don't want it to do that, so I'm just going to deselect that part. So I'll select just this part here. Don't need that selected either. Set flow. And it looks like I needed some more edge loops up in here. Set flow. So now we got the mouth cavity in there. So I need to change the shape of this a bit because that's not right. So I'm just gonna select everything in the inside. I'm just gonna grow my selection, and with this selected, I'm gonna convert my selection to vertex by holding control and clicking vertex over here. And I'm actually gonna use the freeform tools. I'm gonna use shift, and I wanna make sure I'm in the left viewport, so I'm just gonna hit L when I do this. Oh, okay, so I only want to affect my selected vertices. So I'm going to go into the shift options, and I'm going to use selected verts. So I can only affect these vertices here. And that's what I wanted to do. So that's the throat. So this is more of what you would see, because this would sort of to go downward this way, like that. So something like that doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, because unless you're opening the character's mouth and you're gonna clearly see inside, this doesn't really matter too much. But for me, I know that I'm gonna be animating this character. This character's gonna be speaking, so it just helps the shader when there's a cavity in there, so it's gonna look better. So again, I'm gonna go all the way around, select this center line, yay, and go to vertex again, one last time, align on the X, zero it out. Let's see, turn on symmetry, and I believe we're done. So I can probably go in here and hit this with the swift loop. I mean, not swift loop, but the set flow a little bit, because this, you can see there's a big difference in the gap here. Let's set flow that a bit. Set flow this a bit. So this is pretty much the stage where you go back and you make very minor adjustments here and there just to the flow. But since I've been doing this throughout, I really don't need to do much. And it's pretty much the character's done. The base mesh is done. So this is going to be it for this video. In the next video, we're going to take this back into ZBrush, and we're going to reproject all that detail back on.